Fabulous, thank you. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into data centres. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today, and I pay my respects to Elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today or online. My name is Abigail Boyd and I'm chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So I now welcome our first witness. Thank you very much for making the time to give evidence. If I could get you to please state your name and position title and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you. So Belinda Dennett, I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Data Centres Australia. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to make a short opening statement?
I would, thank you.
Please go ahead.
So thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Belinda Dennett. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Data Centres Australia, the peak body for the data centre sector. Our members represent 86% of operational data centre capacity across the country. I wish to make a short opening statement that touches on 5 points. Firstly, data centres underpin a modern economy. They run everything from banking, transport systems, air traffic control, emergency management systems, visa processing, hospital systems, business applications and the like. They are critical infrastructure. Secondly, the growth in data centre capacity is being driven by 3 things. The ongoing shift from on-premise cloud computing, which brings with it, on-premise compute to the cloud, which brings with it a 67% energy efficiency, the continued uptake of new digital services, and the rapid adoption by consumers and businesses of artificial intelligence. If Australia's compute processing requirements to 2030 were met by hosting servers in the basements of buildings, or what we call on-premises, instead of data centres, electricity consumption would be 22 terawatt hours more. Data centres are an efficient way to run a digital economy. Thirdly, the situation in Australia is very different to the US. The scale is significantly smaller and the regulatory environment is vastly different. Data centre operators pay their way. The national electricity rules require all large load users, including data centres, to pay 100% connection costs and augmentations to the network. Data centre operators will pay $10.3 billion in energy infrastructure to 2030. $1.1 billion of that is excess capacity available for public use. Data centre operators do not receive subsidies or tax incentives. Fourth, there is significant misinformation around water use in the public debate. The ABS water accounts show that data centre water use is 0.04% of Australia's water use and less than 1% of Sydney's water use. The 25% of Sydney's water by 2035 that has been widely repeated in the media and in submissions to this inquiry is not based in fact. It was dismissed by IPART, the independent pricing regulator, as being unverifiable, and it should be dismissed. My 5th point is that the opportunity to attract AI infrastructure investment to Australia is not just an opportunity for foreign investment. The countries that build the infrastructure that supports the greatest technological shift we have seen will capture the jobs, the economic value, national competitiveness, and the ability to influence how AI reflects their own values, culture, and laws. Those that don't will become a consumer of someone else's technology under someone else's rules. Data centres are not a problem to be managed. They are essential infrastructure, generating the highest gross value added per unit of energy of any industrial sector. we welcome this inquiry, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Dennett, and thank you to Data Centres Australia for making their submission. Let's just start. Could you, and effectively, it seems that you are an advocacy body for the data centre sort of industry across Australia.
That's right.
I guess the first question is, how did that come about? How long has Data Centres Australia been a thing?
Yes.
And who are your sort of constituents or your members?
Yeah, okay. So we launched on the 28th of November last year, so we're 5 months and 2 days old. We came out of 5 data centre operators came together around 2.5 years ago to talk about how we could get some more interest in the sector, which is a little ironic now because the interest is obviously very high. A lot of the rules that govern infrastructure were written long before data centres existed. So some of those are not fit for purpose. Those 5 companies came together really to educate, advocate for settings that would help us ensure that we could build the infrastructure here in Australia more quickly.
Yeah.
Those 5 companies worked together in an informal alliance for 2 years.
So sorry, we're talking about
Yes.
AirTrunk, AWS, CDC, Microsoft and NextDC?
That's correct.
NextDC?
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
So 3 Australian pure play co-location operators and 2 what we call hyperscalers, so
Yes.
that
Okay.
build their own data centres.
So
yes.
Sorry, so in terms of your entity though of Data Centres
Yes.
Australia,
Yep.
does it have, other than sort of, I guess, representing the interests of those data centres, does it have, for instance, a policy function or any kind of other? Is it purely? I guess when you're coming to us here today,
Yes.
Is there any independent or separate backing of knowledge or experience, or is it simply here's what these companies are saying and I'm taking all of that and putting it forward?
So we are a membership-driven organisation. All our funding comes from members. We have 2 tiers of membership. So our principal members, who must be operating a data centre in Australia or have firm committed plans to operate a data centre in Australia.
Yeah.
And then we have affiliate members, who are anyone who might be part of that supply chain. And that is, the Schneiders and Siemens, who make parts of componentry that go into the supply chain of data centres, energy distributors who are very focused on how they connect in with data centres. But our core focus is on those principal members in terms of policy advocacy. So we say we have 2 driving agendas. One, that Australia doesn't miss this opportunity. So we say we are advocates for Australia's interests here.
Yeah.
And then advocating to be able to build and operate data centres in Australia.
That second tier of membership, you say it includes those sort of suppliers into the build.
Yes.
Does it also include, consulting firms or people who are on the outside of that as well?
Yes.
Which consulting firms does
So
it include?
Mandala Partners are because they've done a lot of work for us in helping us develop research. They are a in-kind partner, so they don't pay to be a member, but they support work for us.
Who else?
DC Byte, who we just did a collaboration with on producing forecasting data.
Okay. Is
there someone you're particular?
Well, I'm just curious of whether EY is part of that. No, or PwC or any of those. No? Okay. So I just want to look again. I'm really grateful for your submission. The government didn't make a submission, but also there was a bunch of data centre operators that were going to make a submission, but then withdrew, and also witnesses that we invited here today from various data centre companies that withdrew on the basis that you were coming and that you had made a submission and that was kind of all that they had to say. Do you, in your submission, you talk about how all of these data centres are very different.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's sufficient that this inquiry only hear from yourself in relation to that entire industry sector?
I think that's a decision for operators. I think a lot of, we certainly didn't mandate that. We were happy to put in a submission on behalf of our membership. That's what peak bodies tend to do. We don't stop operators from, or members from having their own.
So there wasn't an agreement within that they were all going to not participate in this inquiry?
No,
because...
I actually wasn't aware if one, they were asked to, whether they were.
So can I get your assurance then that Data Centres Australia will be encouraging its members to participate in this inquiry?
Well, we would leave that to their own.
But you are them.
Well, members make their own decisions.
Okay.
But, we're pretty new, and it's the first time, I guess, many companies have had a peak body to represent them.
Previously, you were the lobbyist for AirTrunk, correct?
Well, I was the head of government relations.
Right, yeah, we would call that a lobbyist. I guess it looks to me now that instead of having all of these data centre operators turning up to answer our very specific questions about their operations, we have a lobbyist for the sector appearing instead. What would you say to that? How is your organisation anything other than a lobbyist group?
Well, we say we're here to educate and advocate. We don't come and ask for incentives for preferential treatment. Most of what I do is myth busting and laying out the facts about the industry. Okay,
so on that, one of the things that's often said about the industry is that it is an incredibly secretive one with very cosy relationships with government and with other industry sectors that it's very hard for the public to get any real understanding about. How do you, your appearance here today, in the context of all of the industry players not wanting to participate, how does that bust that sort of so-called myth, I guess? What do you say to that?
Well, I think, that's an interesting framing that I haven't heard before. Certainly the industry is highly competitive, and there is, when you think about data centres are competing for customers, for land, for energy, for water connections. So it does tend to be quite, I wouldn't use the word secretive, but certainly highly competitive. That means there's a real focus on not sharing certain information. I think we can do a better job of that, and certainly that's what Data Centres Australia has been trying to do, putting out that forecasting data this week.
So let's talk then about your submission, and I'll just ask one more question and then throw to my colleagues, so I don't want to be a question hog. There's a bunch of parts of your submission and also in your opening statement that is contested by pretty much everyone who is not industry. So I'd like to talk about that. I think if we could start with I think one of the arguments that gets made is that there's this phantom demand, which seems to be quite convenient because you're, on the one hand, talking about data centres being this sort of enormous economic opportunity that will bring, and then you go to the best possible case of all of these data centres are going to get built, and this is the huge amount of money that apparently is going to be pumped into the economy. But on the other hand, when we're looking at the energy and the water use, we're supposed to assume only maybe some of them get built. So I guess which is it? And why do we, I guess, why is the industry so intent on trying to downplay the water and energy burden?
I don't think we're trying to downplay anything. What my role here is to put the facts on the table. Mm-hmm. And so the data that we released, and I did send it to the committee, we only put it out this week, the data centre forecast report is independent data that is trying to show what is real compared with this concept of phantom demand.
Who was the report writer for that? Who did
So it's
that?
Data Centres Australia in conjunction with data from DC Byte, which is an independent global analyst on the data centre market. What they do is map data centre development across all countries. 8,300 data centres they're mapping. They have a number of data points. They know the industry really well. They know the difference between a press release announcement and what is actually getting built. And so they are able to, they have on-the-ground analysts that go out to sites and see, is this site actually being built? How much of it's been built? What's the phased build-out of that? Which enables them to have far more granular data than we're finding has been put out by property developer companies, by investment bankers, by desk research that looks at press releases and announcements, and grounds that in reality. Now, some of the things...
Just to clarify, sorry, because your submission was very much based on 2 industry-commissioned reports, which were commissioned by the data centres. There was no sort of citing of independent academic research. This particular data that this is also industry commissioned data?
Well, it's DC Byte is an independent global
Is it commissioned
company.
by industry?
Well, it was done as a partnership. We didn't commission it. It's so data they have available that anyone can subscribe to and purchase.
So could we look then at AEMO data?
Yep.
And you did cite this, but it showed that existing data centres consumed 3.9 terawatt hours in the 25 financial year, but have capacity to consume 13 at maturity, which would be a more than threefold increase from the current facilities alone, with some ramping up through to financial year 41. So that's before any new approvals. Do you dispute that that's the impact on our
I think if you
network?
talk to AEMO, and AEMO were briefed by the analysts and found this data extremely helpful, we can just take a step back.
Do you have any evidence of that response?
Talk about...
Sorry, you say AEMO found it helpful?
Well, that was their feedback directly after we briefed them.
To you?
Yes.
Sorry, but there's no document to evidence that?
No.
No, okay. Sorry,
I did just swear an affirmation, so...
That's fine. I'm just...
Are
we having our AEMO check?
We will, yeah. It'll be very
I believe they put out a news forecast in May, so...
Yeah.
What AEMO, what the distributors, what companies... what governments and what utilities have been telling us is that forecasting data is really difficult. What has traditionally been used to forecast energy use, and this was the situation with that Sydney Water figure, is they use applications for energy connection, applications for water connection, applications for approval. Now, applications, anyone can put in an application for an energy connection, and I can assure you, since I started this role, every property developer with a piece of land rings me to tell me they've got a great deal and this piece of land has energy available. So it's a speculative process. Phantom demand is trying to sift through what is real and what is not real.
Okay, but just on the water though, because that one in particular, obviously Sydney Water needs to work out what the absolute capacity would need to be should all those applications be approved. That makes perfect sense to me. If you're a utility, you need to make sure that you've got sufficient water.
If all those applications were to proceed.
That's right.
But they're never going to proceed.
How does their figure of 25% by 2035, because your figure is 1.9%.
Yes.
How is it so different? So you're saying that there's, a 25th of these things will be approved?
I think you have to ask Sydney Water how they've calculated that 25% figure, because there is no methodology put to that whatsoever.
Well, we will ask Sydney Water when they come in.
What we imagine they have done is used every application in the system. Now, AEMO's own modelling suggests 6 out of 7 megawatts of request for connection never get built.
Where's your methodology for the water claim?
Is from the ABS water accounts, metered water use. backed up by CSIRO.
Sorry, no, but your forecast? You're saying that where's your 1.9%?
So that's from the Mandala report modelled on the ABS water
The industry
figures.
commissioned report.
Independent economic consultants, yes, paid for by industry, but
They're not
they have
independent
to
if
put
they're
their
also
name.
members of DCA.
Yeah, but they have to put their name to credible methodology, which they have outlined.
Did you want to jump in at any point?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your attendance here today. First of all, just by way of clarification, in terms of your members, I take it that they have been members of other industry groups as well, like perhaps the Australian Computer Society or the Property Council. Would that be the case?
Some members are, have been and continue to be members of a range of different industry associations, yes.
But those industry associations didn't necessarily advocate purely on data centres, is that correct? Okay, thank you. So not necessarily something which is bizarre in terms of the establishment of a specific data centre advocacy group.
I don't think so. When you think of the interest in this sector, when you think it's the economic roundtable in federal parliament last year was the hottest issue of discussion, and there wasn't one data centre company around that table. So that was the feeling, that we needed a peak body to represent the interests of the operators who are on the ground. If you look at the submissions to this inquiry, there's a lot of people giving their advice on what data centres should do that is not grounded in what is real about how the industry operates. So that's what we're here for.
Thank you very much. With that being said, you outlined that your members and, in fact, the whole industry are competing for land, water and energy. When we're looking, of course, at scarce resources, for all of those factors, why is it that for New South Wales, our best interest would be to have data centres occupying that land and using that water and energy? What's the economic benefit for the state?
So data centres and the associated tech industry that they underpin produce $12.6 billion per terawatt hour of energy use in gross value added. That's higher than mining, it's higher than manufacturing, it's higher than any other sector. So from a pure economic perspective, it has a very high return of interest on that. The other thing to think about data centres.
Can I do you mind, Scott, just as a follow-up?
Yeah.
Can you just outline that economic benefit? Because I'm not quite sure how increased use of energy translates into economic activity. Can you just sort of articulate, in terms of employment, for example, something tangible?
So data centres underpin every industry. If you go to a factory these days, you'll find there aren't many people working in them. They are a lot of robotics and automated machines. Those machines are run through data centres. Data centres automate all of that.
Okay.
So
some of the data centres, not all data centres are for that.
So the position is that, and this is it's not a rhetorical question, I just generally want to know. So the position is that it gives New South Wales and more broader, I suppose, Australia, a comparative advantage if we have domiciled data centres here. I generally don't understand this. Is there an offshore market where, like when we use Copilot with Microsoft, are they all resident servers or is some of it overseas?
So it will depend on the service. When I started working at Microsoft 14 years ago, their view was there would only ever be data centres in North America, and that's where services would run from. A couple of things have changed. Firstly, governments actually want data hosted onshore. We see a lot of that, whether it's legislated or not. There is a preference for that.
And why is that, Ms. Dennett? Like, what is the big comparative advantage of having it domestic? Like, obviously you don't have, presumably you have a stronger signal strength and broader.
So latency is very important, and that was my second point. The way we're using digital services now, and increasingly with AI, where you're back and forward and you have you need really low latency. When you think about some of the things that are done out of data centres, air traffic control, you need super low latency, so there's no delay. So having data centres onshore reduces that latency, but it also gives you a whole lot of things. So when you think about health data, there is a preference from governments and from consumers that they know that data is held onshore. Now, some of that is just perception, that it's somehow safer, but I think there's also, a view of we want it under Australian laws, not hosted in another country where the laws are different. And that's one of the reasons why Australia is such a attractive market for data centre investment, because we're a strong, politically stable, law-abiding country where people feel safe about data and applications being
I don't really... Sorry, Scott.
That's all right. We'll just take it as your time now, Mark.
Let's just...
I'll come back later.
Let's just chop and change and free flow and, I mean... But I'm a bit dubious about this thesis, because you think about the world financial system and our banking, we're doing this stuff across borders all the time, every microsecond, so I don't really get that whole...
So there's data in transit,
Yeah.
and the whole point of digital economy is that data can flow freely.
Yeah.
Data is encrypted in transit, and then you have data at rest. And a lot of people, this is why I say it's not necessarily factually based, but it is how people feel. People feel their data is safe if they think it's on their shore.
So the nub of the economic advantage is the latency and the speed with which you can process by having these things domiciled here. That's really the economic benefit.
No, I think there's many others in terms of the value of, a data centre is over $1 billion in cost to build. So there is a lot of economic value in building data centres. There's pull through of the value chain, the suppliers, the concrete manufacturers, those sorts of things that we build an industry around in building data centres here. And then AI changes the whole system again, and people really are talking about, AI is changing how you build a data centre. It's changing how a data centre operates. So,
and one more before I hand back to Scott. So there's obviously the lead in construction, economic uplift and activity. What about ongoing employment and maintenance? It's a pretty low level, is it? Or
so data centres run 24/7, 365 days a year. So there are operational staff working in data centres every single day. You have around per megawatt, one full-time employee per megawatt. You now have data centres at 100 megawatts, 200, 300 megawatts. So that's sort of the employment numbers you're talking about. But we also have some of the world's best data centre companies built and headquartered here in Australia that employ all the business services that support companies when they're headquartered here as well. We also think that in terms of building AI, we're starting to see, what I say about infrastructure is you lower the barrier to entry. We're starting to see Australian homegrown AI companies, AI factories, Firmus of the world. We're seeing Sharon AI, companies like that are building a new part of the tech stack, if you like, based here in Australia.
Will you, does DCA support then mandating local content requirements?
I think that gets difficult. We would need to work with the construction teams. What we would say about construction is that, it's certainly... there's lower cost in building locally. Part of having more of the industry here is you do create those flow-on companies that have more business here. We need to separate the building of the shell and core, as we call it, and the compute. So the compute is very much imported, and that's owned by the customers, so the hyperscalers, the customers bring that equipment in. That's not a data centre.
I understand that, but how then does that benefit the local economy if we're bringing everything in from...
Not everything, but
okay, but if we bring a lot of things in from overseas, again, just on this economic benefit point, because I think in my view, it's quite inflated in the view of most of the other submissions. How do you calculate what you think is the local benefit or the benefit to Australia in any real terms?
So I think there are a number of parts, and we haven't talked about the part of Australia being an exporter of intelligence. So when we get to AI produces intelligence. Intelligence.
Okay, again, in terms of the actual figures, though, there's a lot of figures being bandied about by the industry.
Yes, and they are calculating a number of different parts of this, from the construction and building of a data centre, the operation of a data centre, and then the opportunity to export intelligence and tokens.
Sorry, I keep
Oh, that's
interrupting.
right.
Go ahead.
Well, just to that point, in terms of, and the sovereignty argument, effectively, is there, why is it important for Australia to have a data centre industry, and why is it important for New South Wales in particular to have one?
Well, I think if you don't look at what you lose. So I think there's a conflation of, if you stop data centres, you'll stop AI, and we get that there is a real concern in the community about artificial intelligence and what that means for society. But we won't stop AI. That is coming. So we either become an importer of someone else's technology that has no Australian culture, values or laws built into that, or we build that here and we have some say and control over what that looks like.
So what is that say and control? What does the Australian values AI look like, or what can we do to govern how the systems operate?
Well, I think if you are operating here, and if you think about some of the companies who've talked about setting up, a major base here in Australia, employing Australian researchers that then model on Australian conditions and Australian language, using Australian language to make sure AI thinks and speaks and reflects our stories. Our laws, if you're operating here, you're governed by Australian laws.
Can we just really, because I think this is one of those points around sovereignty that gets really, I'd love you to clarify. So if we've got so physically the data centre is in Australia, but it is OpenAI, Microsoft, Amazon, Google who are actually using the data centres. None of those is a sovereign Australian company. How does that...
But they're still governed by Australian law. They're still required to meet, if you are based here and operating here, there are a whole lot of requirements on you as a company.
So you think we can influence their use of technology and AI and their use of data simply because they
operate here? Absolutely.
Will operate here because
Yes.
they happen to use, for part of their global data storage, a location in Australia.
So it's more than storage, I think, understanding.
And processing.
Well, and processing and building models and employing local people and having a headquarters here and being bound by Australian laws.
Borders. There's no data borders where we
No,
say,
but
well,
if you're
can't
going
be
to be
accessed.
doing that, you tend to come and have a base here. Microsoft's been in Australia for 40 plus years. It has people here. It employs people.
Sure,
it has
it's
a
not
headquarters.
Australian.
No, but it
From a
very
sovereign
much is bound by Australian laws. It doesn't like it is required to be bound by Australian laws if it's operating here.
Okay, but not in relation to its entire global operations. So again,
Can I just give a practical?
Sorry, thank you.
It's a good question. So, when I'm typing into Copilot, I want you to analyse this document. And my understanding is the document goes onto their server and they have custody over it. They say they delete it after a while, but we don't really know. That's a function of what the chair's talking about, isn't it? Because then if it was subject to domestic laws, we might say you have to make that the custody of the user and delete it after 10 seconds or whatever. That's like a practical example of what I think the chair's talking about.
Well, look, I think you would need to talk to Microsoft about exactly what happens
that's
in
her
those
point,
operations.
right?
Well, but my point is also that's not something a data centre operator doesn't touch the data or the compute.
and that's the point, though, isn't it? Because then, firstly, there's no transparency over who actually is the customers and users of these centres a lot of the time. We know who the proponent is, who the operator of the data centre is. But when it comes to this idea that somehow then we have data that is in Australia only, that's just not true, is it?
Well, as we were just talking about data in transit. The whole premise of a digital
Exactly.
economy is that data can
And
move.
it's part of global capacity for data centres. So how,
But
again...
you still have data processed and stored and transmitted. If you think data centres are heavily regulated by Australian legislation, the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, the Hosting Certification Framework, these are things that have real bearings on operators and also on the people that own the compute, the processors.
We can talk about how strong the regulations are, but if we've got... if we could maybe, just coming back to Mr. Budgett's original questioning, there are obviously different, and part of our terms of reference is that there are different types of data centres that are doing different things and there are different uses for them.
Yes.
I think no one on this committee doesn't think we should have some data centres and that we need them for certain things. The question is, how many do we need, and what is actually beneficial on balance for the state and for Australia? So I think we can accept that we want to have, for example, Australia's security information securely stored somewhere. But when we're talking about the broader sort of ecosystem for data centres, where you've got, AI and other applications, I guess sell to us why we should be trying to get as much of that business as possible in Australia. What's the economic benefit to us of that?
Well, as I've been trying to explain, so AI is the big driver of growth in capacity. And at the moment, if you look at the rate of both AI uptake in Australia, Australia is the 4th largest global user of Anthropic's Claude, an enterprise-grade AI. So Australian businesses are adopting AI in record numbers. We
could have no data centres and still have access to that. So what's the benefit of the data centres?
Well, it's
Can I ask just hypothetically, to flip that around another way, what would happen if we had no data centres here?
Well, we would just import that from overseas, probably from Malaysia, probably from Singapore, somewhere close enough that there isn't incredibly poor latency.
So the concept that we could not have or at least not introduce some new data centres in New South Wales is perhaps a fallacy. What I'm trying to get at is, if we look at, there seems to be a level of resistance to the concept of having data centres here in New South Wales, but conversely, we can't not have them. Is that right?
Well, I think if I can cast your mind back a couple of years ago when there was the CloudStrike outage, and that was not a data centre, but it was a piece of the tech stack.
Yeah.
Now, that crippled the economy. It was on a Friday afternoon here. It was midnight wherever that incident happened. It took out people's travel plans. People couldn't access their money. So the economy runs on digital, and that is underpinned by data centres operating 24/7.
Okay, but that's...
Sorry, Chair. Just from again, just a practical point of view, with that Malaysian example, what's the comm infrastructure? Is it submarine cables or wireless or both?
Subsea cables.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, but again, how many do we need? So
I think
to Ms.
how
Saval's
many
point,
is the
like
wrong...
maybe we need one, maybe we need two.
Yeah, so we talk about data centres in capacity, in megawatt capacity, as opposed to number of data centres. 10 years ago, data centres were 1 to 5 megawatts, and we've got a lot of very small data centres here. What we're now starting to see is much larger data centres. So capacity is probably a better way to talk about than talking about numbers of data centres.
So that means you're back to my question. You're actually physically limited by submarine cables, in effect, is what...
You could be. There are submarine cables being laid all the time.
Right.
Google, Subco, there are a number of Australian companies and global companies building connections both to Asia, to the US. So there are increasing numbers of submarine cables. You need landing stations, so you need a small data centre at the point where they come in to make sure you're processing that data, and then that's fed into
But presumably it's cheaper to build data centres than lay massive submarine cables every 10 minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
And Ms. Dennett, just in terms of this is not some isolated phenomena that's happening in Australia. This is happening all around the world. And I guess to that discussion about what we've seen different iterations in terms of the data centre development. We've seen cloud computing, we've seen more onshoring, as I think you were talking about, in terms of regulations and Australian governments wanting to onshore data. Now we're getting to this global proliferation in terms of data centres because of the processing needs of AI at the moment. And to that point, what are the advantages for Australia and for New South Wales in being able to harness and attract data centre development here? Yes. And instead of offshoring into Malaysia, having Asia feeding into Australia?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a global race, and countries all around the world are trying to attract this investment. They recognise, in fact, that the big change was the US said we want to win the AI race, and the way you do that is you build infrastructure. So there is a lot of competition. If you look at the global companies, they're spending around $800 billion this year alone in building infrastructure, and a lot of that is forecasting the demand that's going to be needed. We're right at the start of the AI transition. It will play a role in every part of the economy. Every industry will be transformed by AI. AI produces new data, it produces new code, it compounds on itself. So you have AI producing data. That is part of the reason why we need more capacity, and it's the reason why countries are competing so fiercely to attract this investment. And I said in my opening statement, Australia doesn't offer tax incentives, and we're not asking for tax incentives, but many countries are offering enormous incentives for people to build in those markets. A number of our Australian companies are building in Malaysia, in India, because there is huge demand for that. So New South Wales and Australia are competing globally for this investment. With this investment brings, $142 billion per year in investment. You think of what that can do in terms of, Medicare, hospital services, the like. It's not very often a country gets an opportunity to find an investment source like this.
Sorry, how does the $142 million in construction costs allow us to fund Medicare?
Investment costs into the country. So if you think about how do governments get revenue?
Right.
It's either through taxpayers paying tax or it's businesses paying tax. So businesses pay.
So $142 million in tax revenue.
Economic value.
Goldman Sachs has found there's no meaningful relationship between AI and productivity, or data centres and productivity at the economy level. I'd love to, perhaps on notice, you could, rather than me taking up more time, you could just give us exactly how you've calculated that $142 million.
Well, I didn't, but I can certainly share the report where that's calculated and all the methodology is there. And I think I can break it down for you. There was $118 billion in productivity value of AI being adopted across every industry. There is an export value there of around $12 billion of exporting intelligence, exporting tokens. And then there's the creating new Australian AI and what that does, creating new businesses.
The tech companies are famously resistant to being taxed. Google threatened a capital strike if it got less favourable tax treatment. But
I think the tax is quite important to Australian accounts.
Can I pick up on that, please, from a state level? Because one of the questions, personally, I think we need more data centres, and I think they're a fabulous way for us to enliven our economy. But the part of the problem has been a lack of coordination, it would appear, between government and data centre operators and the community to explain how data centres are going to be strategically located, how they will utilise public infrastructure, water and energy, and also how they will be able to contribute back. So, and in that, you've got planning considerations related to land tax. I was curious about what interaction you've had with the Investment Delivery Authority in relation to data centre applications.
Yeah, so we have been working with the agencies that make up the IDA around what this actually means. So how does this IDA process, it was announced to speed up the process of planning applications, which in New South Wales are notoriously slow, 2+ years. So we're still working through that, how that actually delivers. They had a process, they called for applications, they announced which ones were in the IDA. We're not quite sure now what happens, or we now just go through the same planning process. So it's not clear to me how that is sped up. There are lots of conversations happening around these new data centre principles. Again, we probably share your questions about how the IDA is going to deliver on what it was stated to do.
So when you say you're in touch with the different authorities, are you separately speaking to Treasury, separately speaking to Investment New South Wales, separately speaking to DQ?
There have been some meetings where those parties are coming together, which I think is really helpful, along with the utilities, along with operators, and we've found that is probably what needs to happen more, because when you talk about how utilities think about planning, those one-on-one conversations aren't getting us to where we need to be. So this idea of more information sharing as we all plan, I think, early days, but starting to show some fruit.
So how were those projects selected that have been given some IDA tick of approval? What is that? Is there any rhyme or reason to why those particular projects have been chosen, to your
I
knowledge?
think you would have to ask them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just like the HDA.
Yeah. And is there are there conversations around how land tax might relate to developments either being drawn into particular areas, or that there would be land tax treatment over the longer term that would be different to what already exists in legislation?
I haven't had any of those conversations. We certainly are not lobbying for any changes. Our position has been that data centres have a number of requirements about where they locate, and so government dictating where a data centre builds is not ideal. There's already planning and urban design and areas where we can apply to build, and we think that's appropriate.
So on the idea of something like innovation precincts, do you or do your members think that there is a benefit to being in an area that might be designated something like an innovation precinct, or is it not front of mind for operators?
I think what could be looked at is data centres tend to cluster. They cluster around where there is energy availability, land availability. There's also a requirement that data centres are quite close to each other because they use resiliency and backup if something was to happen. So they tend to cluster, and I think there is great opportunity to think about more how you build where they already are going into more of a precinct. What else could be around those areas? How could you connect the land between? That hasn't been done, and that probably goes to the competitiveness of the industry. They work very much on their own, but perhaps that's the role now with Data Centres Australia. We can look at more of that precinct planning.
And have you been asked to contribute to or engage in any process related to a data centre strategy?
No, we hear a lot of comments about a data centre strategy, whether it's Sydney Water, whether it's someone else, but they have not come to us, no.
Okay. And in terms of data centre operators either being required to or proactively generate their own energy, for example, or at least energy to put back into the grid, could you outline if that's happening, what's happening, and the potential future pathways to essentially generate better social license around energy usage in particular and generation?
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's really important to understand what the sector already does. So data centre operators, in conjunction with their customers, sign power purchase agreements, which are long-term off-take agreements with renewable energy projects. They're underwriting those projects. They make those projects viable. We calculate on PPAs, those particular financial instruments, and large generation certificates that around 70% of data centre energy is offset by renewables, bringing 1.5 terawatt hours of new renewable energy to the grid. AWS just announced 2 weeks ago 9 new projects they're backing, including battery storage to offset energy use across their portfolio. So most of our operators and their customers have net zero by 2030 targets. Data centres, as I said in my opening, 67% more of energy efficient. They were driven, data centres came out of a need to be more energy efficient by sharing resources. It is a forward-leaning industry. Many of them have sustainably linked loans that require them to meet certain targets. So, and I think there is a desire to get to 100%, but we need more viable renewable energy projects that currently are also stuck in planning. So it's not a lack of desire to do that. Trying to match a renewable energy project timing and a data centre timing is difficult. And then the other thing we would say is that when you think about the energy use of a data centre, around 80% of that energy use is for the operations, 20% is for the compute and the processing, 20% is operating the data centre or the infrastructure load. So that's why they're done in conjunction. When people are like, data centre operators should go, well, would they only pay for the 20% of energy? That's why they're done together.
And on the specifics of using renewables for backup power, are there ways that the industry is exploring how that can occur? Like, is it something to do with, like, do you need to have essentially a non-renewable source of energy connected to the site for backup purposes? Or are there other ways, potentially internationally, that, like, I don't know, geothermal or hydro, that you can connect?
So data centres are connected to the grid.
Yeah.
And then they will purchase renewable energy to come into the grid.
Yeah.
So data centres require a very stable energy load 24/7.
Yeah.
Which is why firming becomes so important. Battery storage becomes really important. If you talk to the AEMO, the distributors, data centres are very good for stability on the grid because they're that steady off-taker. On those days when we have too much solar coming in, data centres don't rest on public holidays. They soak up the excess, so they're actually very good for the grid. Backup, so because a data centre can't go down, if there's a grid interruption, data centres have generators on site as their backup. Now, they're essentially an insurance policy, just as hospitals have backup generators, just as our banks have backup generators. They're used very sparingly. Battery storage may get to the point where that's the alternate, but at the moment it's not long enough duration. If you had an outage for 8 hours, that would be a problem. So that's what people are starting to look at. Geothermal or thermal gas backup, they're options that are looked at around the world. I think what we're seeing is so much innovation in this space and at pace that things will change, and they will change quickly.
Thank you.
Sitting in your seat a few months ago, the Treasurer was there, and the Treasurer said that he didn't see us in competition with Victoria, and that New South Wales was a premier destination when it came to data centres. Just interested in your thoughts between New South Wales and Victoria and the arrangements between both states, and whether New South Wales is seen as a premier data centre destination, and if so, why?
So let's start with the data. The data tells us that 96% of Australia's data centre capacity is in Victoria and New South Wales. New South Wales has around 60% of that capacity, maybe a little bit more. So New South Wales has been sort of the leader. I think Victoria is becoming far more attractive, partly because of their ability to approve processes quickly, land availability. There is more energy availability in Victoria. But the thing I will keep saying is, I love Australia and its state of origin wars, but it's not where the global race is. You are competing with Malaysia, with Singapore, with Japan, with India, to attract these big workloads. And if we focus too much on Victoria versus New South Wales, we're missing the real game.
But in terms of the arrangements between the states and I think you mentioned the planning processes available in Victoria compared to New South Wales. In order to be globally competitive, what needs to be done here to change that equation?
We think New South Wales could look at what Victoria is doing in terms of their investment team, facilitation team. So they have people who know data centre. So within Invest Victoria, there's a team of people that our operators will work with daily, that know their business, that know their operations, and they act as a concierge to fast track. The process is no less rigorous than what it is here in New South Wales. It's just not stuck in people's inboxes. It's not paused for several weeks. They keep the process moving, and that allows our operators to get through that process quickly. And why that matters, a big global company will not sign a contract with a data centre operator unless they've got approval, energy connection and water connection. So the longer those things take, the operator is looking at India and, the customer is looking elsewhere, and that's where they'll go, because right now, speed to market, customers used to want a data centre capacity in 2 years, they now want it in 6 months, because the demand for AI is so high that they need capacity more quickly. We now need our processes to move more quickly.
Thank you.
Can I ask Ms. Dennett a final question? Just in terms of where you're looking at locating data centres, I'm just wondering what specifically goes into informing that, and whether there are other areas in New South Wales that perhaps could be, and what would encourage you to do so, for example?
So I think there's a couple of things. Firstly, different data centre types that do different workloads are suited to different locations. Yeah. At the moment in Australia, the most data centres mostly are cloud and then being built for AI inferencing. What they need is low latency. What they need is proximity to their users, proximity to a skilled workforce, energy connection, water connection. The customers, so those anchor tenants that sort of provide the underwriting to make a data centre project viable, tend to dictate where they want to be. Mm-hmm. Talked before about clustering, so often they want to be close to where their backup resiliency is. So they'll draw a circle on a map and say, we need you to find us somewhere within this circle. And that's why we see the western suburbs of Sydney and the western suburbs of Melbourne are really where the global companies have built their networking infrastructure. That's where they want to be. Now, if we were to attract some of those global AI training facilities that we talked about earlier, that need less, can have less reliancy on latency, yep, they could go further out. Yep. And certainly, we're seeing Perth as a destination where now data centres are starting to build, or there's a specialised workload, so we're supporting mining, you might get a smaller data centre to support that. So different workloads will go to different places and have different needs. But at the moment, where the focus is Western Sydney and Western Melbourne, because that's where the availability zones of the cloud providers, they've built their networking, and where those other natural attributes that we've talked about have been identified.
Thanks.
Can I, we're almost out of time, I know, but with the actual hardware, the chips and all that sort of stuff that's coming in from NVIDIA and all these American companies, and I understand the future for us is digging it up and selling it to them and bringing it back, right? That's kind of where we're at the moment. But is there a view about our capacity to do this all domestically and get into that market?
I think it would be difficult, not impossible. So we obviously have the critical minerals. Whether we could create a chip fabrication plant, I don't know. That's probably
Why
outside
is
my
that? Why is that? We've
specialisation.
got a well-educated workforce. We're very capable at everything we turn our hand to. Why isn't this a growing market?
I think some years ago we stopped doing manufacturing here. So, and that's essentially what chip fabrication would be.
Is chip fabrication a function of your ability to systematise and automation with robotics and things like that, or is it still labour, physical labour?
I'm not sure. That's probably
Okay.
outside my expertise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scale issue.
Say again?
It's a scale issue.
Thank you very much. That does bring us to the end of this session. I think it was unfortunate that you had to go first, because I think a lot of the sort of detail and information around what are data centres and things like that would have been useful beforehand as well. But that's on us, so apologies for that. But we are very grateful for your attendance. That does bring us to the end. If there are any supplementary questions or questions taken on notice, the committee secretariat will be in touch in relation to
Fantastic.
those.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Podcast. Welcome back. Thank you. I'll now welcome our next witness. Happy May Day. If you would like to commence by telling us your name and position title and then swearing either the oath or the affirmation.
Thank you, comrade. My name is Claire Pullen. I'm the Group CEO of the Australian Writers Guild and our group of associated companies. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And would you like to start with a short opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. Warami, everyone. Thank you, committee members, for this opportunity to give evidence today. I note at the beginning that I'm a member of the Writing Australia Council and also an advisor for one of the interested consortia applying to be the successful applicant to run the second New South Wales film studio. So for the committee's clarity, I make my remarks today in my capacity as the CEO of the Writers Guild and our associated group. The Australian Writers Guild is the professional and industrial body for Australia's performance writers working in screen, theatre, comedy, podcasting, audio drama and game narrative design. We have members in every state and territory in New South Wales and Australia, but our largest membership group is based in New South Wales. The Australian Writers Guild Authorship Collecting Society, one of our group, was founded 30 years ago this year by screenwriters to collect and distribute screen royalties to screen authors in Australia and Aotearoa, New Zealand. We have collected over $35 million because every time someone watches anything Australian anywhere in the world, if it's Bluey, if it's Homicide, if it's Happy Feet or Lord of the Rings, screen authors are paid a royalty that we collect and distribute. The creative economy that we're very proud to be part of is growing and contributes $67 billion a year to Australia's economy. Creative employment is growing at a rate more than 50% higher than the rest of the workforce, despite some sectors being hit very hard by COVID. New South Wales benefits from a great deal of this activity. The use of generative AI, particularly the use of large language models like ChatGPT or Claude, put all this at risk. As litigation overseas has demonstrated, these LLMs are built on stolen works. Creators whose books, plays, screenplays, songs, music, TV and film works make up the foundation of these models had those works taken without consent, compensation or credit. These models do not work without the copyrighted works of my members and other creators. We are not aware that any creator or rights holder group in Australia has been asked for a licence by an AI or tech company to use these works, licensing being a very standard form of operation in our industry, indeed what we do every single day. AI data centres will be used to host these models and this data made from my members' stolen work, and citizens of New South Wales will be using these models, likely completely unaware that they are being asked to expose themselves to the risks of copyright infringement by doing so. These models then produce outputs that compete directly with my members for their jobs and create alternative, royalty-free products. The New South Wales Cultural Policy Creative Communities outlined a positive vision for our creative and nighttime economies. The New South Wales Government has been a leader on regulating the harms of AI and can be here too. As the committee is no doubt aware, competition for land use, particularly in Sydney, is intense. Creative workers are no different to anyone else facing a cost of living and housing crisis and are increasingly priced out of any of the metropolitan areas near where they work. Expanding housing areas are already underserved by things that need land, like schools or emergency services and health services. Data centres will simply make this problem worse. New South Wales is also in dire need of a second film studio, and noting my earlier declaration here, wherever this film studio is located, this is a preferable use of land from our point of view over a data centre. A film studio generates tangible economic benefits, unlike the mostly speculative benefits of artificial intelligence. I end like a good arts practitioner with a provocation. Please put the proponents of these data centres to as much scrutiny as much microscopic examination as my members are put to when they are seeking a $5,000 grant to write their screenplay or translate their play into another language or apply for studio time to make something that will be shown all over the world, returning both economic and cultural benefits to New South Wales. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think in my haste to hear your opening statement, you maybe didn't do the oath or affirmation.
I did affirm.
You did? There we go. Sorry, I was
That's
told
okay.
you didn't. I thought you had as well. Okay, good. All right, good. If I could start, we had the Data Centres Australia witness here this morning talking about the supposed benefits of data centres. And I think, we can all agree, I think, that some data centres are useful and necessary, and we could perhaps get behind that. But there is a lot of confusion and lack of clarity as to what each of these data centres is for and what in order to then determine sort of what the overall economic benefit or societal benefit would be. It is hard for us, I think, to work that out. But in that context, one of the comments that was made was that there's a need to have sovereignty over data in Australia, and this idea that if we have data being housed here, that we can then sort of regulate the way in which that data is treated. What would be your sort of reflections on the ability of the government, whether it's federal or state, to adequately regulate what happens to our data with those kind of global companies?
I mean, a couple of thoughts on that. I mean, obviously, there are physical capacity constraints around the transfer of data through things like submarine cables. So there is a surface argument to be made that housing data centres here is more useful because we're physically closer to the data. One of the things I have observed we don't hear a lot from the big tech proponents of data centres and AI more generally is a meaningful commitment to the concept of sovereignty, if I can be a bit provocative about that. They're a bit half pregnant about it because this is not government building data centres, right? If it's not owned by Australians or New South Wales taxpayers because the government is not building or owning any of these. So it's only sovereign to the extent that it exists within our territorial boundaries. So that's the first part, is that if this was truly a benevolent position from the big tech companies, these would be built and then donated to the people of New South Wales or Australia, frankly. There's an argument, I think, that AI is a general purpose technology like electricity or the internet. Our governments used to build power stations and coal mines, and I'm not going to get into whether or not the sale of those assets is a useful thing to do further down the life of those. But I would say that I think it's worthwhile being sceptical about the concept of sovereignty when it's a foreign big tech company saying, oh yeah, this is sovereign in some way, when there's no meaningful ownership. And certainly I don't understand there was any offer this morning to allow an equity stake from the New South Wales government in any of these companies that will either build the thing or house data here. The second sort of part of that for mine is just because you could regulate something, I don't think any of these companies are arguing that they would enjoy that or they would advocate for that. Now, I spent a bit of time in Canberra because copyright law is mostly a federal issue, and they are working very hard and spending quite a lot of money to try and weaken Australia's copyright laws. So I think it's on the surface correct to say that you could regulate here, but I don't think it's what any of the big tech companies actually want.
And it's proved difficult in practice when it comes to things like, as you say, like copyright.
Yes, it has proved difficult, and the federal government has done what we think is the correct thing, the thing that ensures that there is a future for Australia's creative economy, which is affirming that our copyright laws will not be weakened, something that other governments around the world are following. As an example, the UK have actually re-looked at their views on AI because of Australia. I was in Canada earlier in the year specifically to talk about the Australian government's role in affirming the importance of copyright. So I think it's, I would say disingenuous to suggest that just because it could be regulated here, that tech companies have a neutral position on what that regulation would actually be.
You mentioned before about there's this this idea that data centre sort of proponents and advocates are putting out that it's like another utility. It's just like, we need water, we need energy, and clearly we need data centres. I think when it comes down to then looking, and this is why it keeps coming back to how important it is for what these data centres are actually being used for, I think there is a broader acceptance for data centres that are data storage versus data centres that are being used to replace workers, or even being used to train sort of large language models and those kind of things. In that way, it's like, it's not all just water. Some of it's water, some of it's, perhaps a bit of Fanta or some beer. Maybe some of it is necessary and critical and others aren't. What is your kind of view on, I guess, the secrecy around how much of it is to go to something that's other than that sort of data storage, and what the broader societal impacts are of allowing a proliferation of those sorts of Fanta data centres?
Look, it is a symptom, I think, of the broader problem that you've identified, that it's so much in the commercial interests of the big tech companies to keep as much of this secret as possible about what the models are doing, how they're doing it, what they're built on, where the information comes from. Because one of the key asks for our members, and we regularly speak to our members about AI, is that they would like their works removed from the models. And at that point is when I think we could have a more meaningful conversation about licensing, because at the moment there's two issues, right? There's the works were taken, and so there needs to be some restitution in some form for that. And then there's the ongoing use piece. And without any transparency around what they're planning to do with the data that's already been gathered, it's sort of hard to have the second, more fruitful and probably more economically beneficial to everyone conversation about licensing and ongoing payments. So I suspect it's a similar sort of thing, that you'll get pushback around it's all a seamless cloth. It comes in, it goes out, there are commercial arrangements in place. All of which I think goes to the social licence question. Australians are among the most sceptical people about AI in the world, which I think is a good thing. I think that speaks really highly of our national character, frankly. And there is a lot that the big tech companies could do to resolve that anxiety, to fix those questions that Australians have. And a relatively low effort piece for government, frankly, just to say, well, until you have made these disclosures or quarantined these particular models or types of data, your planning approval won't go ahead for the data centre, for example. I mean, one of the things that is in our submission that we're concerned about is if you cite data or models in Australia that don't comply with Australian copyright law, anyone who uses ChatGPT or Claude is potentially opening themselves up as an individual to action around copyright infringement. And I would say most people don't know that. And I say this as a copyright law nerd, normal people shouldn't know more about copyright because it's like not interesting in a lot of ways. And everyone's busy, and it's not an area of law that I think a normal person should be interested in. It's a deeply abnormal area of law. So I think the expectation from some proponents of AI as an entirely beneficial technology is that it puts the responsibility on the consumer or the user at the very end to make a discernment about it. Whereas we could go sort of slightly further back in the process and say, can you tell me that the data that's going to be stored here in this data centre complies with Australian law? And which would cover things beyond copyright, child sexual abuse material, for example. Are you hosting a data server for a dark web drug dealing operation or the illegal arms trade? No. If you're going to make the argument that AI is a general purpose technology like electricity or the internet, it doesn't necessarily follow that you can't regulate any harms coming from them. The illegal arms trade is facilitated by the internet and electricity. No one's suggesting that you turn off electricity or the internet
but you do regulate the harm. And I think it's a similar argument here. If it's a general purpose technology and it will be generally useful, then you can mitigate the harms. And that the New South Wales government has done some of that. And I think that's a good place to start, is that approach. Sorry for the very long answer.
No, it's very good. We're appreciative.
Can I ask, Ms. Pullen, that you expressed the view that New South Wales has sort of taken a lead in managing the fallout or the harm from AI. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so I'm referring specifically here to the law against image-based abuse.
That was a coalition bill.
New South Wales government, look at us go.
Well,
Yay.
New South Wales opposition.
Well, I didn't actually say New South Wales Labor, but anyway.
Either did I from memory, but we can check the script on that one. But it is a really good example of AI allowed for the generation of a particular type of abusive material that was not available before. And you can legislate against the harm. So that's a really straightforward example of that in a New South Wales context. At a federal level, we've worked really closely with Screen Australia, who is the main funding body for a lot of my members and for the industry generally, around artificial intelligence. And there's a set of declarations you're required to make when you're applying for funding from Screen Australia about your use of artificial intelligence. And it's a really simple weeding out tool to say taxpayer money won't be funding something that could put a bunch of creators out of work and also might not comply with our law. So there actually are practical things you can do. If you form a list of the harms, you can work backwards to what the solution might be. So that's an example of things that you can actually do at a meaningful level.
And in terms of the copyright law you outlined, which is largely the purview of the feds, what other things can we as a state jurisdiction do to fill in the gaps and stop that sort of IP theft that you've articulated?
I think one of the things that came out of an earlier inquiry, which from memory was around education but did have terms relating to artificial intelligence, was an undertaking from the New South Wales government to engage with their federal counterparts around copyright. That is actually really useful, as New South Wales is the largest economy in Australia. We are a powerhouse of economic activity, some of which goes back to intellectual property. In terms of what New South Wales state government could do, include terms about the data and the models in the planning requirements for approvals for the data centres. So to the best of your knowledge as the builder of a data centre, do you know that what's going to be in there complies with copyright law and other Australian and New South Wales law? The example I gave about Screen Australia, New South Wales has creative funding bodies as well in Create New South Wales. There's a similar, I think, quite straightforward option to say funding should only go to projects where we know or can be reasonably certain that taxpayers aren't funding something that's being built off AI that's built on stolen work. I'm not an expert in planning law. I want to be clear that my nerdery does not extend that far. But in terms of planning, I suspect there would be a way to give preferential treatment around planning and procurement to tech companies that are prepared to certify that all the data in their centres is ethical and that models that they're running in their centres are free of stolen work, and that they're able to give some sort of reasonable assurance around that. This is an easy one, but use land to build a second film studio. I don't want this to be like our second airport where we just complain about it for 30 years before we actually do it. We are in dire need of more studio space somewhere in New South Wales. As I said, I'm an advisor for the Central Coast bid. I would love to have it located near me, but genuinely... I mean, I'm in the right room for that particular decision. Genuinely, we need a second studio, a second big studio. And if it was a choice between a data centre and the film studio, I'd say film studio, please. The other thing I've been talking about a lot with the federal government is building more capacity at a government level around how you can share ideas, share insights around the problems that AI is going to present. One of the issues we talk about a lot at the ACTU, for example, is the rise of the self-represented litigant who is using AI to formulate pleadings for unfair dismissals. I am not someone who will ever argue that you should make proceedings in any of our industrial relations commissions more legalistic. I think there's a lot to be said for our lay jurisdictions like NCAT and the Commission, where someone can go and represent yourself. There's a purpose to that. But it is genuinely clogging up our system that there are so many people who now tap out an answer in ChatGPT and then file that. One of the ways to fix that, I was talking with one of my colleagues who works in this area, and I said, well, why don't you just do what Screen Australia did and require declarations that my pleadings didn't use any AI and perhaps run them through a reader. And so that kind of information sharing doesn't seem to be happening across government. There is a consultative process, as I understand it, happening in the Department of Customer Service, which is Minister Jihad Dib's portfolio, if I'm not mistaken. But I suspect there is a way to have a whole of government information sharing tripartite model where everyone's able to benefit from everyone's expertise. Because AI is becoming such a generalist technology, there'll be things that health are learning that I will never hear about unless there's some way of sharing across portfolios. So that's the short list. But I think if we were able to sit down and write out a list of the harms, it actually wouldn't be that difficult to reverse engineer solutions for each of them.
Yeah, and I might, just before I go into a broader question about the implications of the tripartite model in dealing with it, these large language models which are affecting your members in the sense that people can actually plug into the way language is used in a creative way even, and then obviously supplanting your members' jobs. Can you just tease that out for us a bit about how ubiquitous that's been?
Yeah, look, it's a really huge problem, and it's emerging in some of the research, particularly out of the US, about just how easy it is to reproduce copyrighted work. So there's a particular team in the US that just released a study that have showed that without mentioning the author name or any of the characters, just using semantic descriptions, you can get 90% of a copyrighted work spat out verbatim from a large language model. That is then a competing product that is cheaper than buying the actual book or the actual screenplay or the score or the piece of music from the original creator. And in terms of my royalty collection work, it means that there's no creator in there being paid any royalty for that work. Royalties usually aren't huge amounts of money. There are some notable exceptions to that. But for every time someone watches an episode of TV, if you've been writing TV for 30 years, those little amounts add up over time. And we do distribution once a year just before Christmas. And the regular feedback from members is this is perfectly timed because now I can go and buy the Christmas gifts. If there's a competing product, which will necessarily be cheaper because there's no royalties paid, there's no creators involved, people will choose that. And I don't think regulating consumer behaviour is actually the solution here. It is a rational economic decision to pick the cheaper option.
So does that mean, by way of example, if there's a successful series on Netflix, you know, I can't remember some of them now, I know I've watched them, and there's the formula.
Yep.
So let's use one of these models to generate something similar, which has got a known success. So in effect, you're using how do you unpick that? Like, how do you work out that it's done that, and then how do you protect against it?
Look, we're reasonably confident that it's happened, and I'm happy to take you through how we're very, very confident that our members' works are in the large language models. One of the ways that I've tested this is you can actually go on to ChatGPT or Claude or one of the large language models and go, can you please write me the first scene of a Van Batten play that's about this character, that character, and this one, and you get one of Van's works. You can do this for Leah Purcell, you can do it for David Williamson. If you can name the Australian author or playwright, it can do it. It knows their voice well enough. Like I said, I'm happy to take you through the explanation of how we know the works are in there. One of the things that came out during the federal inquiry into the safe and responsible use of AI in 2024, the big tech companies were using phrases like publicly available, which is not a term at copyright law. And what was revealed is they have programs that listen to things like YouTube or the ABC or SBS that are publicly available. That transcript that then gets fed into the model to teach it the relationship between words, some of the scene breakdowns, that kind of work. Publicly available doesn't mean it's free and that someone doesn't own it. We all pay for the ABC, for example. YouTube has an entire business model structured around how advertisers are paid and the engagement with creators. So there is no way for any creative, not just a writer, but a director, an editor, a composer, a set designer, to compete with a product that is essentially free, because you can have the most junior person in a production company going, I would like to see a high school drama set in Australia based off this existing property. There's no way that the entire team of creatives that Netflix spent a lot of money investing in, which paid off as an investment because it's one of the most watched television shows that Australia's ever produced, you just can't compete.
So that leads to the broader question, and I've raised this in Parliament before, and I know it's been it's actually the subject of an article in the Fin Review today, but it seems to be, this is a classic example of the coalface effect of what could happen right across the economy. That's a clear case of jobs being displaced as a result of not preempting what was obviously going to happen, right? So what should be our institutional response to forestall that? Not in a bad way that tries to restrict it, but brings everyone on board so you get the benefits and the job security.
I think there's a couple of different ways to approach it. One is that there are clear frameworks for workers to bargain around what happens in their workplace, both at a federal and a state level for public service employees. So I think turning some attention to how those work to protect against those people that are lucky enough to have those protections in place is useful. My members don't have those. We're not employees, we're contractors for the most part. Part of this, a large part of this, is copyright and the federal government needing to do some work there, which is underway, not happening speedily, but is underway, around addressing that original harm of the works being taken. So my members have quite a poor view of the initial theft, and I think that informs their view that they don't want their works to be licensed. They're aware that that is a potential option, but they're not super keen at the moment. I suspect some of that view might change if there was some way of dealing with the original theft, that we were dealing on even ground. So I think that's a large part of it. But also, when I speak to my members, writing can be a profoundly isolating and internal process. It's just you and your laptop and a lot of feelings a lot of the time. And out of that we get beautiful plays and screenplays and audio dramas. And they talk to me about the isolation being worse when they're faced with sort of a relentless propaganda campaign about the benefits of AI. It's going to make medicine safer. It's going to come up with all these new exciting ways to exist in the world, and the job replacement will all be fine. It's all going to come out in the wash. Some indication that they're being listened to by their governments, I think, would be incredibly useful, to share the things that they've already learned. My members are not Luddites. Some of them are using AI. They're really clear about what they use it for and how they use it, because writers tend to be early adopters of technology. So it's just about governments having those structures in place to balance the might of big tech, frankly.
Yeah. I have got more, but I'm conscious of not wanting to monopolise.
Did you want to go? Otherwise I can go.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming, and definitely I think we have a strong alignment on a number of things. Definitely the Central Coast Film Studio.
Yes.
I mean, yeah. I don't think it has to be a one or the other situation. I think we can have both, and I think we should, and that's what good government is all about. So I was curious about this idea of what you've spoken about in terms of data centres having responsibility for the data that's being held, and I guess it's kind of an idea of like a tech supply chain assurance system, something like that. Is it? Can you tell me more about where that has operated overseas? Maybe I believe Norway has a pretty interesting system, but I'll let you.
I'm not familiar, except at a very surface level, that, like with many things, the Scandinavians are doing this properly and well, and taking a sovereign approach, like I alluded to, that if this is worth doing, we're going to get behind it in a fulsome way. Mm-hmm. Look, it's not that unusual, I would just say, just as a matter of principle, to require supply chain clarity in a lot of things, particularly around compliance with the law. I mean, just because a house was built compliant with the planning laws at the time, it doesn't mean you won't address it when it later becomes a meth lab, if that's the use that someone puts it to. So I think I would say it's incumbent on governments to think about the entire life of a data centre. And I think you're right, no doubt we could have both, and I suspect the land that I would like to see a film studio on is not particularly useful for a data centre, and the other sites
exactly
for it. But I do have to ask the question of, why are we building a film studio to make very expensive films and TV here in Australia, when
also supported by an international company?
That's right.
I mean, yeah.
We could and perhaps should at some later date litigate the question of the tax incentives.
Indeed.
But leaving all that aside, down the road there's a data centre that is actively listening to films and videos, lawfully and unlawfully, and then creating a competing product where someone, again, sitting in office, could go, can I please have a competing movie?
Do you know if, obviously APRA AMCOS is doing work in their,
yes.
In their field of expertise as well, is there a kind of broad creative industry copyright effort that is engaging with data centre operators or peak body? Well, now there is a peak body, or even operators, like, might be Anthropic or Google directly. You said that they haven't reached out to you, but are you reaching out to them?
Yes.
Okay.
We have been, and did after the Senate inquiry that I referred to in 2024. And there is a broader group. I'm actually missing our regular meeting to appear here today. I gave my apologies via APRA AMCOS, like, Nick, can you please let me know that I'll be late? So we are working very closely together, not just with creator groups, but with rights holder groups. Our ecology is complex in the way that journalists work with news media organisations. We work with production companies who then work with the Motion Picture Association and the streamers, the broadcasters like the ABC, but also the commercial broadcasters. It has been a really heartening time of agreement from everyone about the idea that we do need to maintain the integrity of our intellectual property framework so that everyone can continue to benefit from that work. So yes, we're working very closely together. We meet very regularly. APRA AMCOS are an incredible part of that work that we are doing. And we are regularly seeking contact with the big AI companies and the big tech companies. Unfortunately, I suspect that the litigation that's going on in the United States precludes them from reaching deals here in Australia in case it prejudices the proceedings overseas. That is just a suspicion, but that would be my view about what might be happening.
Do you know if that extends to data centre operators that are Australian, like NextDC or CDC?
I'm not aware. And as I suspect you know better than me, the idea of a peak body or one representative for the data centres is relatively new. Yep. So I haven't initiated contact with them yet.
Okay. Let's make that happen.
Can I ask the ICIP, which I know you've mentioned in the submission in passing. Can you explain to us what that is?
Indigenous cultural and intellectual property. It is an area of copyright law that is changing. Copyright law is based on the idea of an individual owner of an individual property, and that doesn't necessarily account for collectively owned or collectively transmitted works, like a lot of First Nations works where a community or a moiety or a clan as a whole may own a story or a dreaming or a songline rather than individuals owning it. There is some work happening at a federal level around how we might incorporate this into the copyright system. It particularly comes up around the issue of fake Aboriginal art, which I'm sure everyone is aware has been a real issue in the last couple of years. I hate to be able to say this, but you can actually use ChatGPT or Claude to create fake dreamings and songlines. And I did this both for using Australian indicators of First Nation storytelling and for Māori to look after our New Zealand members, which indicates quite strongly that there are works in there that have been taken without permission and consent. I think about how hard, particularly our broadcasters and our news organisations, work to make sure that when you refer to elders who have passed or First Nations people who have died, about how they're referred to by name, that their names are given correctly, about warnings before you show photos of elders who have died and members of community. And AI has no guardrails around any of that. You can just type in someone's name before they died, get a photo of them, incorporate them into a story. You could have someone who is on the other side of the world going, I'd like a minor Aboriginal Australian storyline in this TV drama. Can you just plot out some lines for me in the voice of someone who lives in this part of Australia and is from this particular community? I don't see how the models as they are currently operating can be appropriately respectful of First Nations storytelling and collective ownership without data transparency and some, frankly, prevention of use in certain ways. One of the things that we talked about in other fora, you can use writers' names as a prompt. So you can get on a large language model and go, can you please give me the next David Williamson play? Can I please have a Hans Zimmer score for this particular item? You could say, just to choose a recent example, the presets covering Midnight Oil when Peter Garrett joins at the end of the set. It's the same problem turned up to 11, I think, is the short answer, in that there are no protections in any of these models for First Nations traditions of storytelling that don't fit neatly within copyright frameworks, because the companies are ignoring those frameworks anyway.
It's interesting. So you've got all this sort of demand for unlimited desires. Whatever's happening in my head, I'll ask it and it can do it. But it would be theoretically possible to turn that on its head, wouldn't it, and say to government, well, why don't we just write algorithms that say whenever someone's stealing IP, there's a flag that comes up and prevents you doing it? Like you alluded to the legal thing before about, you're a citizen of New South Wales, but you could be, if I jump onto Copilot and say, write me a thesis on creative destruction and AI, and it's basically borrowing from someone else's paper, then there could be an algorithm to say you're actually stealing someone else's work, mate, you can't do it.
I think the issue we're all grappling with is that everyone's playing catch up with the tech companies on this work. And as part of the ACTU working group, we're working closely with the NTEU. Obviously how our work is cited and referred to as critical to an academic's career, being both correctly understood, referenced and prominent, is really important to academics in both their work teaching and in their work in developing research. I'm reluctant to suggest that we do anything that looks like regulating the consumer or the worker, for example, in the New South Wales Public Service or working in New South Wales on the other end, and preventing what they can or can't type into something. I think if you're regulating at that stage, it's probably too late, and the onus should be put on the companies to do it. Whether or not that's through an algorithm that detects and prevents, or they take the works out of the models. I can't say which of those would be easier or simpler, but I think the obligation should be placed on the company to do it, rather than prevent. There may be legitimate reasons, particularly around the educational use of works. There is a licence for government use of copyrighted works. There's news, there's commentary, there's parodies. There are exceptions at copyright law to using copyrighted works, I wouldn't, like I said, I don't expect normal people to get across the nuance of those details, but we could ask these giant international companies to do some work on it, I suspect.
Do you think, the ACTU's position's quite strong on this, and they're quite kind of conscious of it and publicly active. Do you think there's a sense that it's all too big and moving too fast and we're just going to have to see what happens? Is that kind of, it's kind of sometimes the feeling I get?
Yeah, I think that's right. When I talked earlier about AI being a general purpose technology, when people talk about how big it is, how it's going to change everything, it's on everyone's computer, it's on everyone's phone, the conclusion you're meant to draw is that it's too big to regulate and that there's nothing that can be done. And I just don't accept that that's the case. If you can articulate specific harms or likely harms, and I think that's why a tripartite approach is really good, because workers know their workplaces better than anyone else and can say to you, this is the best way to look at what might happen out of this. If you can articulate those harms, you just address the harms and then you are left with only the beneficial uses, which is, in an ideal world, what happens with other general purpose technologies like cars, electricity, the internet. I don't accept the proposition it's too big and therefore you shouldn't regulate. It's that second part that people don't say, the therefore you shouldn't regulate it. It may be big, but I've no doubt electricity felt the same.
Yeah.
And it's powerful. I guess, yeah, if we take a step back then and we look at the extent to which data centres or the so-called data centre boom is perhaps not something that's critical infrastructure for us as people, but certainly is critical infrastructure for AI as a technology and all of the companies that benefit from that. If you were to redesign that, on, looking at what we have now and thinking about, how you could do it better if we accept that there's kind of no stopping it, how do we get some of that benefit to come back to those who are actually, the original kind of labourers for that content?
I'll only talk about the sort of models that my members' works are in, because I'm certainly not going to stray into how it's being used in the medical field, not an area of expertise I have. Licensing is a really simple and straightforward system we already use. That's how we collect royalties and distribute those royalties to my members as income. There are movements, particularly in Europe, around the disgorgement of works from models and transparency regimes so creators can see what works are in models and what's not in there. I think there's a professor working out of South Australia who has been able to demonstrate that the use of AI in the creative industries is actually not going to be that prominent, he thinks, or certainly that's what I've taken from his research, because while it can meet an average person's creativity level, so like for my example, it's not that much better or worse than my writing, it's way worse than one of my members because they are professionally creative and that is their skill set. So I think it's worth thinking about, do we actually need to use it for everything? There's that the meme that goes around about I really wanted the robots to do my washing, so I had time to write. Instead, the robots are doing the writing, and now I'm doing all the chores. And I think it's worth just being thoughtful, particularly at a government level, but every workplace is going to have to grapple with this. Is this thing actually going to do something that's beneficial? Because a lot of the research that's coming out is showing that the net outcome is actually lower productivity, and particularly in the law, which is an area I pay attention to. If you replace your articled clerks and your interns with AI, yes, you're not paying those people's wages and they're gone, but then the senior lawyers and the partners spend on average a certain percentage more time checking the work to make sure it's not making up cases or citing the wrong precedent or misunderstanding the legal issue. And so the net cost is actually higher. So I think part of it, particularly from government, I would like to see less starry-eyed buy-in around the propaganda, because there are people who believe the hype and think, just build it everywhere and see what happens.
Thank you. We are out of time. That was really very useful and incredibly interesting. Thank you. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the Secretariat will be in touch, but that concludes our time with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So we are back with our final panel of witnesses for the day. If I could ask each of you, starting from my left, to state your name and position title, and then swear either the oath or the affirmation.
My name is Devjit Mehta. I'm a Democracy and Technology Fellow at Protocol Policy Lab. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am Anna Jordan. I am the New South Wales Director of Protocol Policy Lab. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And would you like to begin by making a short opening statement?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead.
We'd like to thank you, first of all, for inviting us to be here. Protocol is a youth-led technology and AI policy research lab, purpose to give young Australians the opportunity to join the national conversation on tech policy. Dev and I, along with a group of recent university graduates and university students, started Protocol because we saw a real necessity for youth-led and youth-informed tech policy. Technology, as I'm sure the panel is aware, has a huge impact on our lives, and its effects can be seen in many aspects, such as education, work, daily life, that will continue to evolve. Young people are among the most affected by tech policy decisions that are made today, which is why young Australian voices in tech policy matter. As young people with a long-term future in New South Wales, we care about long-term planning and sustainability. In our submission, we compared approaches by jurisdictions in Australia and also overseas. And in comparing their policies, we identified 3 key takeaways in their policy responses to data centre development. We think this inquiry presents a really significant opportunity for New South Wales, the New South Wales government, to implement a proactive policy response that prioritises sustainability without compromising innovation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just start with a few questions. I think, and apologies, you are as you said, a youth-led organisation, and I don't want to just ask you about questions about as a young person. However, I'm going to start just with that because I think, for someone over a certain age, you can be told that you're somehow sort of anti-technology, or that you just, sort of want things to be as they always were. From your perspective, as people who are, completing university educations, coming out the other side, and looking at a world that is quickly changing because of AI in terms of what is potentially a viable job, can you just tell me sort of what the general, or what your view is on AI and its displacement of jobs, or its sort of how that impacts on people who are just coming into the workforce?
speaking from, I guess, my experience and the experiences of like the peers that I personally know, we are not like anti-AI or anti-innovation, but I think we see AI as an inevitable aspect of our lives. And you're right, we're coming of age and entering the workforce and tertiary education at a time when AI is being adopted very quickly into these areas. Did you mention graduate or?
Yeah, I mean, I guess where I'm coming from is I'm speaking now with even with my own children who had very clear ideas about what sort of university degrees they wanted to do, but are now saying to me, oh, I don't know if I can go into that because jobs probably will be all automated by then in that field, even creative fields. And I just watching the speed at which they are having to change where they think they might be employable based on the speed of technological change. I'm just wondering sort of, if that's something that you're seeing. Are people coming out of university with a degree now that they think is maybe not as useful as when they first went in?
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I can fully answer that because I am just speaking from my experience. I think there is, for myself and my peers, an acceptance that we need to understand AI and its impact on the industries that we've chosen. Myself and Dev are both law students / law graduates, and so we've seen AI come into our lives in terms of more research-based applications. And I think for us it's been really important to be aware of those harms, but I personally haven't felt a sense of doom and gloom about my prospects, but I can't really speak to the creative industries.
So can I ask, one of the things I liked about your submission was the way that you compared different jurisdictions, and I think that's always incredibly useful. Can you tell us, from your research, particularly lessons from other jurisdictions where they have had to sort of jump in now to make some sort of fundamental changes or the way, to the way they do things? Can you just talk a little bit about that part of your submission?
Yeah, I'd be happy to answer that question. So I think just looking at other jurisdictions, we've found that a lot of other jurisdictions have projected that data centers are going to take a huge amount more energy from the grid, usually in 5 or 10 more years. And so what we've really seen is an assessment about which areas have that availability in terms of renewable energy or in terms of hydrothermal energy, that kind of stuff. So a lot of jurisdictions have made that assessment, and what they've tried to do is allocate data centers, allocate areas where data center providers can construct data centers. So we've seen that in the UK, for instance. There's been some policy where they've tried to get or encouraged, they've given incentives to data centers to build in areas which have that access to, for example, like wind energy. So that's I think a big change that's been made. I would also say another large change is so some jurisdictions have also really had to assess assess the impact of job creation from data centers. So I think I believe Victoria, for instance, has made a plan for that. The United Kingdom has attempted to assess how major investments can help creating jobs, jobs related to AI and tech, for instance. And yeah, I think just to sum up, really, there's been a real push for how renewable energy generation can help in constructing data centers and in providing the often the megawatts or the gigawatts required to construct data centers. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll just ask if there's any questions from anyone else before I go on.
I'll go ahead if you've got something. So, I'll just on the job destruction piece. there's kind of getting mixed signals. Like intuitively, you kind of get how there could be pretty economy-wide job destruction, but the actual study and data coming back at this stage seems to be, it's probably not as bad as we think at this stage. Do you have a view on that in terms of anything you've seen that might indicate the trajectory we're on? Like you hear these anecdotal stories of, Atlassian sacked 1,000 people, or X companies got rid of so many admin jobs, but there was an article in the Fin Review today actually which sort of suggested that it's a bit more benign than people think at this stage, but it's one of those things where you would imagine the exponential trajectory could hit like a sledgehammer at some point, but I just don't know. I don't have a sense for how accurate the view is on that in terms of, has there been any modelling done on it? Is there a view on it?
So Protocol hasn't done a comprehensive review, although I don't know which conversation you're talking about. We would be very happy in the future to do research or collect data on that if the panel would be interested. Although I agree there is, I guess there are competing stories about layoffs or whether AI is really taking away jobs. We can't conclusively say.
I'll just add to that. I agree. I think most of these figures tend to be projections. So from the UK, for instance, I think it's 15,000 plus jobs are projected to be created in the near future. I think it's in Ireland, 75,000 new jobs, and that's just from their strategies. But I think most of the data that we have does just tend to be estimations, and there's nothing concrete as to that. No.
Are you aware of any other jurisdictions where the job destruction has been more pronounced based on a greater take-up?
I couldn't say.
No? Okay.
We had sorry.
I was just going to jump in there and say, just in terms of your report and your recommendations and your assessment in terms of other jurisdictions, it seems to be a key theme is that you sort of need a strategy when it comes to data centre development. What would you advocate in terms of those key learnings you've got from all of those jurisdictions that are hallmarks of those strategies that New South Wales should be putting front and centre?
So I think just from some of our recommendations, I think we suggested that there should be sort of a strategy that balances obviously sustainability with speed. So one thing that I found interesting looking at all the other jurisdictions is some have allowed data center providers to bypass local council regulations and planning laws and apply directly to either the state or federal government for approval. So I think there's a real urgency in how in trying to get these data centers approved and sort of ride the AI wave. But at the same time, I think it's important to keep in mind these like sustainability metrics that are important. So, for example, Singapore, they have, given the sort of very constrained land size and given the obvious burdens on energy, have only approved data center applications to providers who can meet certain quality benchmarks. So I think in terms of recommendations for New South Wales, I think providing approval for applications is important, and ensuring that we do get a lot of data center approvals in the next 10, 20 years is definitely important. But I think that should be done while taking into account sustainability, making sure that sound, acoustics is fine and it doesn't impact the local community, ensuring that these centers can be appropriately cooled, because obviously heat production is a huge issue. Ensuring we have the best IT equipment, the most sustainable IT equipment is definitely important. So I think I would say the biggest thing is striking a balance between those two things. Yeah.
So you use Singapore as the example, and I think you outline that it's got 54% of the data centre load in Southeast Asia. So
Yep.
even with those standards in place, it's not like people are saying, well, sorry, we're going to go to Malaysia instead, or we're going to go to Indonesia to operate. I take it in the sense that there is, of course, probably more international corporations that have their regional headquarter bases in Singapore than what they would in surrounding areas. But are there other reasons for the viability or the interest in Singapore as a data centre hub?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons is just like you mentioned, it's a huge hub for AI and tech. I think another key thing is concentration. So Singapore is obviously has a small land size, and that's not exactly comparable to New South Wales or Australia, which is quite large. But I think a real concern is clustering, and I think that some of the other, not just Singapore, but other jurisdictions we've mentioned, have obviously have also granted approval in certain clusters of the city where they have access to the grid. So I think Singapore, along with other jurisdictions, potentially has that issue of clustering. And I know in New South Wales, we have a lot of data centres that are concentrated in certain areas of Sydney. So I think that's like an issue just generally to watch out for. And I think heat production is also a very big thing. Obviously, Singapore has a tropical climate, and we get pretty hot summers here in Sydney and New South Wales. So I think that's another point of comparison.
So in terms of that clustering, of course, it's something that the industry wants, and it's something the industry sees advantage in, and as you say, in terms of energy availability being there. But there are, of course, byproducts and consequences of that. One of the areas here in Sydney where there's a lot of data centres is, of course, in Macquarie Park. Macquarie Park has had a metro line constructed to it. There are a lot of competing land uses there. Arguably, with such transport infrastructure around, data centres may not be the ultimate land use in that area. I think you mentioned the UK examples, and particularly in terms of targeting centres. What were the characteristics of those centres that they targeted in the UK, and is that something that could be applied in Australia potentially?
Yeah, sure. Just give me a moment. Get my notes. Yeah, so the UK had sort of similar, I think, metrics of approval to Singapore. So we found that the approval was sort of granted for areas like, so they call it AI growth zones. So these are essentially areas in which there's like a priority access to grid connections. There's certain incentives for building there. There's fast track planning approvals. So it was, in terms of location, areas where there would be improved wind generation capacity, areas that would help with the efficiency of the grid, and areas, it was data center providers who were happy to sort of build in areas that would be, more sustainable and sort of more environmentally friendly.
And looking at those locations, Oxfordshire, Blythe, Cobalt Park, North and South Wales, they're not typically the sort of population hubs of the United Kingdom as well. And that potentially may be one of the challenges with data centres here, that they are competing in an area that we would want for housing or job opportunities. How, and of course noting the much smaller footprint of the UK compared to Australia, but how would we be able to encourage, do you think, location of data centres perhaps in renewable energy zones, or perhaps closer to energy generation rather than population centres?
Yeah, I think it's a difficult question, and I don't think I would have all the answers to that, but I think really there should be a focus on areas where like renewable energy is sufficient. We have obviously in New South Wales particularly a lot of areas where we get a lot of sun, we get a lot of solar energy. I think at this stage, I think we have something like 90 data centres in New South Wales. It's a bit hard to tell, and obviously most of them would be in Sydney. I think it's just a question for policymakers. But what I can say is that I think in New South Wales, in other jurisdictions, they've been sort of able to avoid the broader ramifications of building it in population dense areas through things like sound controls, things like heating, cooling, regulations around heating and cooling, and I think disincentivizing providers who go outside of certain benchmarks. So yeah, it's a difficult question, but that's I think that's all we can say based on our research.
Well, further to Scott's point, there's the market's going to dictate some of this, isn't it, in absence of government intervention, because there must be some sort of economic trade-off between, if you build them in renewable energy zones, for example, because you want cheap, affordable, clean power, is there a cost then of the latency, the speed with which you can transmit the data because you're too far away from where the demand is, and then the closer you get to where the demand is, the more expensive the electricity becomes and the less renewable. So is there a view on that? Is that trade-off?
Yeah, I guess we would just reiterate that it is all about balance. And I think I would point to the example of the US, where they haven't been really able to strike that balance as well. For instance, they've, in our opinion, or through our research, they've let the policy happen on a very decentralized level, on the level of local states. And what you've sort of had is this issue of energy gentrification, which you also see in Ireland. And as you mentioned, what you end up seeing is the price gets passed on to consumers, and these data centers, which are concentrated in these population dense areas, energy becomes more expensive. And that's one of the byproducts of providing very heavy tax incentives to data center developers. So yeah, I think it's really just about striking that balance, and that comes out in our research, I'd say.
And so, as by contrast, the Nordic model, just tease that out for us a bit vis-a-vis America, where it's just decentralised and you end up clustering around population centres. What's happened in the Nordic countries?
Of course. I think one of the benefits of Nordic countries is, I believe, in contrast to the US, they have 100% renewable. They use 100% renewables for their energy grid. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that. I believe their model is a lot more federal rather than the decentralized model we use in the US. Just some examples. They have something called the Norwegian Energy Act, and they use that to set certain grid connection planning requirements. I think another really important thing is getting transparent information from these data centers. So one of the benefits, obviously, of having a central regulation or policy to manage data centers is you can very easily get information from all these data centers on how much power they're using. So they have mandatory registration for all data centers, which use an electrical capacity more than 0.5 megawatts. They have certain supervision powers. They have a disclosure requirement for how much cryptocurrency mining that certain data centers are doing. And I think I would say quite similar to New South Wales, they've also prescribed it as a critical national digital infrastructure. And I know in New South Wales we have SSDs, I think state significant developments. So there's that focus on achieving net zero, just like we have in New South Wales.
My question, thank you so much for the information, for coming today. It's really, really helpful. I was curious about the Norwegian model in particular, and that data processing infrastructure that meets European standards. If you could elaborate on that a little. Because I think that, like what you were referring to just then with crypto, like, is there an example, or are there examples of what we were talking about in the session earlier around a kind of data like supply chain, essentially. That you kind of put in rules throughout the use and of data, like whether it's storage or collection or even analysis, and how that relates to the regulation of data centers in Europe.
I think that's a little bit outside the scope of our research. Is it possible for us to maybe take that on notice?
Yeah, for sure. That would be really helpful. Like, I think Europe is an interesting example because you've obviously got individual countries that are responding to EU standards as a whole, and countries that have done that effectively. And the EU is obviously known for its more stringent requirements, but if you've got countries that demonstrate that they're able to maximise investment despite or because of potentially those requirements, that would be awesome to hear more about.
We'd be more than happy to do that.
Thank you so much. That's good. Just to be clear, I think it's helpful for the committee and for the report to really understand your position around AI as an inevitability and your view that it's really a management exercise rather than a kind of stemming the tide situation. Could you elaborate a little more on your views on that?
Well, as Dev said before, there are already, just taking New South Wales as our context, there are already data centres in Sydney. So creating a proactive policy response would be addressing current development, not future development. So I think in terms of, I know I used that word inevitability before, we are already in the stage of developing data centres. So I think...
What are your concerns if we don't manage this effectively?
Well, I think keeping in mind like Protocol's interest in policy development with data centres is to promote sustainability without compromising innovation. There's a concern that like sustainability might not be protected or be prioritised with data centre development. Like Deb was saying before, it's all about balancing that priority of sustainability with interest in economic growth. And I think just speaking generally here, AI investment has happened very quickly. And I think just from observing the world around us, I think I don't think it's really a question of whether data centre investment would happen or not. I think, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just pretty much just reiterate what Anna said. I think one of the major issues that we can foresee is, the adequate use of space and making sure that there isn't that sort of clustering going on. I think that's one of the big issues, and I think I would say AI is, I think as we can probably all understand, is it's inevitable, and the rise of the use of AI in schools, universities, workplaces, that's important. But I think it's really key to appreciate, obviously, balancing certain environmental standards, which we think Norway has done a good job of, and to a certain extent Singapore, with creating job creation with the appropriate use of AI, and that's really the balance that we're looking for.
So what about?
Can I just quickly,
sorry, Jackie, yeah.
On that point about Norway and Singapore, and maybe more particularly Norway doing a good job or a better job on that sustainability piece, do you think that is actually attractive to investors and data centre operators?
I think it's attractive to the extent that there needs to be, I would say, a firm stance on which operators are given that energy to use. in the sense that, certain jurisdictions have taken the approach where they're very lax in providing energy and approval for data centres to be created, and Victoria is one of them. But obviously, I think...
As in Victoria's standards are lax?
Yeah, they are somewhat lax from the research we've done. But I think like Norway and Singapore, I think both of them have sort of set certain benchmarks. And I think what's important is a government take a sort of a firm stance on which data center providers are able to meet those benchmarks. And if these standards are set and providing approval based on these standards, I think it is something that we will see. I think that's something that data center providers will be happy to take on.
Yeah, so it's a clarity issue.
Yeah, clarity, yeah.
I might add on as well, I'm not sure if the panel has seen the national expectations on data center development, which is something that the federal government put out.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
And those just on the whole articulate what standards the government will be looking at when they're looking to approve future data center approvals.
Yeah.
So I think that document similarly goes towards clarifying what the government wants to see from future providers.
And one of the criticisms when that came out was that it was potentially off-putting for some operators, but kind of also impotent in that there's no actual regulation, there's no penalty for not complying with these standards, and it goes to that lack of clarity piece of, well, is one data center actually going to be approved over another one if it doesn't comply or does comply with these standards? Like it was still fairly unclear as to what it would mean if a data center operator didn't comply with those ideas.
Well, I think it goes to what I was saying before with this being a good window for policy intervention in New South Wales and taking that proactive response.
Yeah.
Can I ask, you mentioned earlier, I think, Mr. Matty, in your remarks that the Victorian regulation was quite lacking. I can't remember your exact words, but I'd just invite you to expand on that, given the research that you've done.
Yes, right. So I think what I said was it was somewhat lax in terms of their approval.
Yes.
So I'll just refer to I think it's page. So just page 14 and 15. So this is essentially from page 16. The CEO of CDC Data Centres describes it as easier to get approvals for huge data centres in Victoria than anywhere else in Australia. A next DC facility in Port Melbourne was approved in 75 days, and another facility in Geelong approved in 62 days. Whereas in New South Wales, obviously, the process for approval does tend to be quite slower. So one was 19 months, a data centre by Goodman Group, while the next DC project approval took 26 months.
So in terms of saying it's lax, I think what you're meaning is the Victorian system is faster.
Yeah, that's...
Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I had.
Can I...
Can I just clarify? So it's not necessarily that the restrictions are greater, it's just that the process is faster. The restrictions are less. Like the restrictions relating to environmental standards aren't necessarily lax or less stringent than New South Wales, it's just that the process is slower.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Thank you.
Can I ask, in the, I think it was in Singapore, they did a moratorium in 2019, and then sort of followed that with actually having a strategy in place and then putting all of the guardrails on. In New South Wales, I think a lot of people have just sort of gone, hang on a minute, we've got over 90 data centres already, and it seems that there's no plans and no sort of structures. It sort of just has happened to us. Some submissions have recommended putting a moratorium on new data centre developments in New South Wales until we have that sort of broader strategy in place. Do you support that?
I think we have had some discussion about this, and that's not one of the recommendations we put forward. Not to say that we don't necessarily recommend it, but we would suggest it's not as necessary for New South Wales as it is for Singapore, in the sense that, just as a bit of context for Singapore, they had, obviously, their energy and sustainability concerns do tend to be greater than ours in terms of the spacing and heat. A lot of environmental there's a lot of environmental issues regarding that, and they have I believe 9 more data centers than we do currently, but that's quite a lot given their small land size. So I think in Singapore's context, a moratorium does make a bit more sense. I think for New South Wales, it's feasible to develop a data center plan alongside the construction of new data centers. So I'm not sure if that's something specifically we would suggest. And although at the same time, the moratorium did allow Singapore to make a sort of, they call it a green data center roadmap, in which they would condition approval if they met certain parameters and sustainability, economic value, things like that. So that's not necessarily, so again, that's not something we would necessarily suggest, but it is something that they've pursued.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask about the energy. It's a related sort of subject matter, but the energy use and the competing claims. So there's obviously you've got this situation where depending on who you talk to, the evidence we heard this morning is that it's not as dramatic as it's being made out. But let's say, we're going to use a lot more electricity and water, whichever way you slice it, which means that the appetite, the demand, could get to the point where if the market dictates that it wants 1,000 data centres in 2 years or whatever, your electricity consumption goes through the roof. Renewables aren't enough to satisfy it at this point in time, therefore it affects our net zero target. Have you got a view on those competing claims and whether or not those other jurisdictions are dealing with it better or worse, or where are we at? I'm just interested in if anyone's grappling with this.
Yeah, so I think a good example of that might be the UK has come up with some regulations regarding that. So, of course, they at the same time have certain net zero commitments that they have to meet as well. I think one thing that they've done is they've worked with or they've sort of organised local planning authorities. So this is to designate certain locational requirements for data centres. I think if this is left to purely just the free market, obviously what would happen is you would have, as you said, potentially many more data centres being constructed at the cost of risks to the environment. So I think certain regulations where planning is taken into account, locational requirements are taken into account for data centres is something that they've considered. Also, considering them as essential infrastructure for flood risk purposes is something that they've done. I think I mentioned before, AI growth zones is something that they've considered. Certain other jurisdictions have also provided tax incentives, but I think, again, this comes at a certain risk. Like I mentioned, the problem of energy gentrification, where you have large clusters of data centers taking up large amounts of energy. So I think that's some of the policies. I think the UK has done some important policies regarding that. I believe Ireland has also put in some regulations. So I mentioned the tax incentives. I would also mention from the data center consultation plan of New South Wales, one of the policy recommendations, I believe, is that data center developers fund their own infrastructure requirements. And I think Ireland has actually sort of done quite a lot on this. So they've introduced a regulation which requires new data centers to install on-site dispatchable generational battery storage. And this essentially allows them to participate in the electricity market as a whole, and requires them to take 80% of their energy from renewable sources. So getting data centers to contribute to renewable generation, new renewable generation, and that also helps to reduce some of the strain on the grid during times of high demand.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Anyone? No, that was excellent. Thank you. To the extent there are questions taken on notice or supplementary questions, the committee secretariat will be in touch, but that does conclude our time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us very much.
And that's the end of today.
We have a delivery.